Yo, good morning. New week. Let's continue this water adventure, and we have arrived at making the visuals look a little bit better, and that's what we're going to continue with today. Initially, when we started working with the visuals a bit more, we highlighted some negative things with the outlines. I can't really show exactly right now because we're right in the middle of fixing it. But let's just say that we already had solutions for distorting or altering outlines based on what they're being seen through. So for instance, if they were being seen through a frosted glass, we would blur the outlines, or if they were seen through a colored glass or something like that, we would color them. When it came to the more specifically the water, we had a little bit of a issue with so we could display outlines below the water surface. They would be colored blue, and yeah, depending on how much of a see-through we have going on. The problem was more related to outlines that were above the surface, because so the way outlines are being calculated is we do thresholding based on normals, alpha, or normals, segments, and depth. And the outlines themselves, half of the outlines are on the character and half of the outlines are outside of the character. The ones outside the character, they have a depth value of whatever is behind the character, which meant that in this case they would have the depth value of the ground underneath the water, which meant that we would lose half of the outlines. And yeah, that was definitely an ugly artifact, so we wanted to fix that. But to be able to do that, we need to send additional, like, we had multiple different or we could approach this problem in multiple different ways. We eventually decided to approach it by like inserting some data after the outlines process. So we insert data in the result from the outline rendering, and then we send it onwards to when we render transparent objects. So now we actually send in the alpha of the outline as well. We didn't do that before. So in the transparent object shader, we can actually check if the alpha is above 0, then we know it's an outline there, and then we can check. We definitely want to draw it, but we also want to figure out like how much do we want to alter it so that it displays the color we want it to. It's not crystal clear, but let's take a look at this one, for instance. Right now, right here, we have a water plane that is being rendered, and we're using the information we had from the outline. So we pretty much do this. If rendered pixel color .a is bigger than 0, then we know that it's an outline, so we just want to render the pixel color. Otherwise, we do I think it's a source alpha, or a blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. And this is nice. Like we keep the outlines doing it this way, but when we start adding color to this surface here, we can see here that the outlines that are outside of the character, they regain, or they keep their the same color they had previously. So it's like it's an outline with a black color with an alpha of sub 1, but we don't blend it with the correct color, we blend it with the previous one. You can see here you have these brown colors here. So that's one thing we're gonna fix today. The other one being that the outlines, we don't do any depth check, so we just check, is this an outline behind or above the surface area? That's something we need to check, but we don't do it right now. And I think we're gonna do it by checking. We're gonna have to work with the depth values here in some way. Yo, what's up, Fabic? Thank you so much for the donation, appreciate it. And good morning, good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend and a productive night as well. So 2 problems we want to solve. Let's start with the depth one first. So if we just check the active pixel, so this one for instance, then for in this case we're gonna have a depth that is below the surface. So we're gonna color this outline based on the water. But if we check and if we check this pixel right here, we're also going to get a depth value that is below the surface, but we don't want that, right? So instead we're going to check all the neighbors and pick the depth value, the maximum depth value, to figure out if it belongs to the character or the water. So we can start with this one. I think that one should be the easiest. And I wonder, here we read the data, but we don't read we read rendered pixel data, but we don't read depth. So let's see here, sample scene depth. Yeah, rendered color. We're gonna do this. And I wonder, I think it's 1 when we're right. Let's double check that real quick. We can just do this. One sec, do we have, yeah. Yeah, the closer it is to the camera, the brighter it is. So We're gonna do depth, and we're gonna do, or let's call it biggest, or smallest depth. But it's gonna be, yeah, I don't like that name. That's actually what we're looking for, but we want this one to be as big as possible. So it's gonna look something like this. Pixel in front of scene. And we're gonna keep that one, and then we do if, or we do depth is equal to and then we do if depth is bigger than smallest depth, then smallest depth is equal to depth. That's why I don't really like this name, but that's what it actually is. I guess we could do call it biggest depth value instead. And then we do if this is true and biggest depth value is bigger than pixel depth, I think. So if we have an outline here and the depth somewhere in the kernel is bigger than the depth we have at specific pixel. It works for this, that's good. But yeah, now we're back at this problem, and I wonder, what am I missing? Okay, so this is the depth of the pixel for the object we're currently rendering. And yeah, if this one is bigger than this one, then we definitely want to do this. But here it seems like this is never true. And then we get this. What am I missing here? Biggest depth value, maybe. Sample scene depth. Maybe this one is actually showing, maybe it's 0 close to. I want to double check that. And this one we probably want to test as well. It returns a set value in the range 0 and 1. I wonder if it's the case that we want to do smallest depth value. So if depth is less than so we have a small value close to the camera. So yeah, if this one is smaller than this one, yeah, what's up, Shawshank? Let's see here. If this one is smaller than no, if this one is bigger than this one, then we don't want to do this. So we want to do this, I guess. But then we don't get this. Don't get this at all, actually. What am I missing? We'll read at every value. We'll read every value in the kernel. And we do comparison here. Fuck, I want to know. But then we do this. So let's see here. Linear eye depth. Do we need to? Fuck yeah, we need to do this as well. Okay, let's do this, and then we can. Shawshank, how are you, bro? I'm doing pretty good. A little bit tired after the weekend, but other than that, good. How about you? So yeah, we want to work in this space. So let's do. Fuck it then. Let's do depth. Do this, and then we do this. And we know that if this one is bigger, then this one is in front. Okay, so we want to go with smallest then, right? Smallest depth value. Right. And if So we want to check smallest depth value. Yeah, we want to check this. If it's true, we don't want to do everything else. Okay. Shawshank, I'm good too. Nice to hear, nice to hear. What the fuck? I thought this one was correct. Or are we working with values that are way... No, I thought it was... Beautiful. If the depth value is less than smallest depth value, then smallest depth value is equal to depth, right? And here we do render pixel color A is bigger than 0 and for now we're just gonna do this. Return let's just see. Okay. it's a little bit nice to write it like this. If smallest value is bigger than depth, then change it like this. But it almost looks like it's just 1 here. Are we not? Oh, okay, it's Monday morning. We have a kernel size of 0. But if we have 1, do we get a difference? Kernel size 2. Because we never enter this one. Yeah, that makes sense. Fuck me. But still... procedural water, but now we're still not getting... Okay. 1, 2, 3... Okay, now we're entering this one, but we're still not getting... If smallest depth value is bigger than pixel depth... Not really. Okay, but that's true. We need this one to work. We need this one to work independent of this size. We pretty much want to get... the kernel size of the outlines. That's what's important here. We're probably gonna have to switch that to some form of global variable. So instead of the outlines kernel size being dependent on the shader, like instead of us deciding it per shader or per material, we're just gonna do it as a global variable that we can access from here. We're gonna have to do that either way with the outline color, because this problem is basically we're gonna have to render the outlines, then we're gonna have to distort the outlines, and then we're gonna have to clean up the outlines. So I would say it's a three-part problem from start to finish. Still doesn't explain this problem, honestly. We don't have any difference here, do we? Is this just white, by the way? Yeah, it's just white, so we pretty much only get this one. I wonder if... Yes. But we have a kernel... Yeah, but now we have a kernel size of 3, so if we do... Does this never happen, or am I doing something wrong here? Hmm. Or I wonder if we would just do instead pixel in front of scene is equal to false, and then we do pixel in front of scene if the depth for the pixel is bigger than pixel depth, the one we're currently reading, that is. I think we want to do it like this. Oh yeah, of course. The fuck? What am I missing here? For this pixel here, why the hell does this one appear in front of that one? Pixel depth is the depth of the object we're currently rendering, and we check if the depth is bigger than that one, the one we read from the texture. If any of the ones in the kernel is bigger than pixel depth, then pixel is in front of scene. Yo, what's up, Hercules? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. It was pleasant. Hope yours too. Nice. Yeah, same here, same here. I don't care about this one right now. But this... Okay, so this one becomes true. Sorry about that. This one becomes true when one depth value is bigger than this one. Then this one becomes true. So then we want to do it like this. Or do we? Fucking hell. This should not be the case for this one. That's why I'm so fucking perplexed. No. Here we actually read it like it's the other way around. Right? Whoa, 1 second. Is that actually the values we're going with here? Okay. Have I screwed these up? That would suck. We're pretty much only doing this. Am I reading the wrong depth values? Or... Fucking hell. Sample scene depth. Okay, that looks better. Didn't we have here? One sec. Fuck, do I want to do linear eye depth on the... Have I done it the other way around here? Maybe. No, we... Fuck, we do it here. Although I wonder... Is it this one we do know? Yeah, this is what we do. Now we have eye depth. In view this is exactly what we do. Right. pixel depth minus input position vs view position said yes. Pixel depth is our eye depth, and then we want to compare these two, so that's why we do linear eye depth. And we sample the scene, and it's UV. Fuck it, let's do this then. Let's remove those. We do pixel depth like this. Pixel depth, and then we do, we read the depth here. I don't care about that. Yeah, what's up, Lemnine? And then we'll read the depth here. Do I want to read it? No. I just want to do this as well. So we have pixel depth and Lemnian. Okay, I will try and remember that. Let's just call it previous depth right now, and then I want to do return pixel depth wherever pixel depth is bigger. That's 1, otherwise 0. UV. Yeah, and this is not... Okay, so the result we get here is that pixel depth is never bigger than previous depth, but that's not true. Yeah, that's true. That's the case. That's actually the case for every pixel in this lake. But can we do pixel depth? Let's see. Let's return. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay. So when we read the depth for this pixel right here, I want to read the kernel size 3. I want to check all of these. Wait, one sec, what did we have? Previous depth is bigger than pixel depth. Previous depth is always, yeah, okay, so we have bigger the further away from the camera we are, right? Yeah, I think so. Bothers me that this one doesn't seem to be doing its job. So smallest depth value. So right now we put 1 here. So like we're so far away from the camera that we can be. And if this one is bigger than depth, then we set it to depth, okay? So now we have a smallest depth value, and now I want to return previous depth. No, smallest depth value. What the fuck? What am I missing? Previous depth. Previous depth, he will read linear eye depth, sample scene depth, UV center, C buffer params. What I find to be weird, prev depth minus pixel depth, then we get this. But if we replace this one with smallest depth value, which we always just set to depth if it's the smallest one, then we get something completely different. UV, are we going? Should be okay. Oops. So it just feels like there's like one very simple piece I'm not seeing here. One sec. Yeah, of course. Or no. guess. There we go, thank you. So we're not... Ah, fuck. Of course, we're going linear eye depth. We're actually going distance. We're not working with 0 and 1 here. We're actually working with distance. I should have figured that one out earlier. So if we do... yeah, I should have figured it out when I saw this. Okay, so pixel depth, prev depth, and then I guess we wanna go with smallest depth value. Yeah, I don't even. We wanna get like max. Let's see here. Should have, or could we so I guess it's get view frustum or why can't I seem to remember their names? Close. One sec. Where do we have the camera? Near and far plane. Thank you. Unity HLSL get near far plane. Shaded. Do I have to send them in? Projection params. X is 1 or -1 if you can learn when flipped. Okay. Y is the camera's near plane. Z is the camera's far plane. Z. Okay, so could we just go with smallest depth value by projection params.z. That should do it. And yeah, we get this here. I'm okay with that. It looks a little bit thick here, but I think that's okay. Oh, are we gonna have a problem here? No. Okay, so now we have smallest depth value. So now I want to return this. Let's see, smallest depth value. If smallest depth value is bigger than pixel depth, that means that it's not done. So basically this means that whatever we are rendering now is closer to the camera than whatever was rendered on that pixel previously. But we want to do it like this here, I think. Okay, so outlines work here, and here we have it like this. Beautiful. Okay, so this is what I want. Although that's unfortunate. So why Oh, yes. We don't want to do purely this. I think we want to do something. Yeah, we're getting some mismatches here, but that's unfortunate. Yeah, so it's when we do... okay, I get it. So this is what we want to go with eventually, but I'm just going to do this. Fuck is final color? Rendered color. Okay, finally, now we have outlines under the water and we have outlines above the water, but as you can see, we still have this problem and we're gonna fix this soon. So this is the problem that is gonna force us to put the outlines width or outlines kernel size and outlines color to be global shader parameters instead of the local, I guess they are now, because we're gonna have to adjust these outlines quite a lot actually. But fuck, I'm already loving this. I love that the outlines below the water surface are bluish. I love it. We could probably also make them be more or less affected. Like lower the amount that the transparency actually affect the outlines. But yeah, we still have one issue left, and it's this one. So let's see what we can do about that one. So for this one right here, this is true and this is true, but we don't just want to return this one, we want to return here we want to do, we can probably clean this up later on, but here we want to do an additional check. So we're gonna do it like this. If pixel depth, prev depth, yes. If prev depth is less than or equal to pixel depth, then we'll return rendered pixel color. Else return 1 for now. Ooh, beautiful. Also extremely, this is also something I very, very much love, or just these visuals. So you have an object, and you have a black outline on the object. So you have outlines like this, like it would be hand drawn. But then you actually have a white outline on the outside, but only like not for normal outlines, only for depth-based outlines, I would say. And that's this is probably, like, this wasn't, I wasn't meant, this is just for testing, but this is probably how the visuals that selecting something is gonna have. I'm pretty sure I love this. Okay. But okay, so we get to this point for these pixels, and that's perfect. Here as well. That's great. So not here. Okay, great. So it's exactly for the pixels I want it to be true for. Okay, nice. So what I want to do now here is that we want to blend, yeah, we just want to blend black with whatever color we get here, yes. Terrain based color. Yes, we actually want to calculate this one, or color here, I think. I think we want to do this. We want to change this one to color, I think. This one to color. Whoa, 1 sec, what the hell are we doing here? Oh, what the fuck? We can just go with terrain-based color A here. Fuck. I think I've screwed up. Not entirely sure this blend operation is the correct one. We're gonna take a look at that soon. Research and implement good blend methods in HLSL. Okay, so here we want to do float 3 reconstructed outlines. Outline color. Pretty much want to do this blend again, but we want to do it a little bit differently. Final color here, I guess we just want to do color RGB. Terrain-based color here is going to be rendered pixel color A. And this one is just going to be outline color, which I know is 0, 0, 0. Fuck. Then we want to do return float 4 reconstructed outline color on 1. Okay. Guess we want it the other way around. So we want this one here and color here maybe. Okay, better, but definitely not perfect. I don't really know what's happening here. Rendered pixel color. Fuck, I think that's it. I think that's it. So now we have a blue. Okay, so this is the reconstructed. If we didn't have reconstructed, we just had this one, I think. Okay, so compare this with I want to see it. Let's just add test flag. Actually, okay. Yeah, let's do it like this. So this is without the reconstructed outlines. So we can see here that whatever color is underneath the water surface is what affects the outlines. Looks ugly, but then we can do... What the fuck did I mess up now? One sec. There we go. So this slider now removes this artifact. And I think that's beautiful. So this now means look, I think it's beautiful. So we now have outlines above the water and we have outlines below the water. And they are rendered beautifully. The only problem being that the implementation isn't very nice right now. I was wanting to okay, that's beautiful. Yo, what's up, Pedal Cannon? I hear you, I hear you. Come on, I wanted to... Oh, almost. I wonder why... Oops. What makes it so prone to falling? Ah, come on. Ah, screw it. But... Ooh. Yeah, we probably have a little bit of a downward tilt. Oh, there we go. I want to fix this one as well. Ah, this is just clipping probably. Inertia tensor probably. Now you're using words I don't understand, but like I know I've heard them before. But you're probably right. Okay, nice. I'm sorry, I just have to, like, it just feels very good finally having these outlines fixed. Although the aliasing is pretty rough without I wonder if this is fixed without MSAA. But yeah, we're gonna have to solve. I think I did a. Yeah, this one. We need to solve this issue, or get to the bottom of this one instead. The resolve AA in the. But yeah, so I'm just gonna try and leave that be for now. Okay, let's clean this up. So this is exactly how I want it to work. We have outlines behind the surface or below the surface being colored, and outlines above not being colored, and we also have the like the local anti-aliasing we do on the outlines. It actually takes the newly added watercolor into account. Remember previously we had Oh yeah, previously we had this, now we have this. But yeah, I want to clean up the code here and commit this. And I don't want to forget, so render scene color dependent object. So this one is for rendering objects that when we render these objects, most or like as much as possible of the rest of the scene needs to have been rendered, because this one needs the result from those previous renders. And previously, this one consisted of two render passes. One pre-pass and one pass. But now we actually removed this part, so we don't do this split anymore. Instead we actually do this split in screen space outlines. This one I don't think we use anymore. This is the old one, right? Yeah, we use this one instead. And this one. Yeah, that's right. We didn't change anything in Outlines data generation. We just changed it in render scene color effect, because here we render the outlines. And we added this one, so rendered colors. Yeah, and then we set it up the right way. Use MIP maps. Auto generate map MIPs. And then we do this triple blitz. So camera color target to temporary buffer, then temporary buffer to this texture, then from this texture to camera color target. Yeah, and then we generate MIPS. Yeah, I guess. Then we release this one. Do we need to release a temporary buffer as well? Fuck, I wonder if I want to do like this. Temporary buffer, camera color target. Wonder if we can do it like this instead. Do temporary buffer handle dot identifier and temporary buffer handle dot identifier. Just clean it up a tiny bit. And then of course .id. What the fuck can you do? Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's render scene color effect is now cleaned up. I just wanna change this one as well. Because I think we want to remove the. I think I want to remove the pre-pass. So we're gonna do it like that. We're gonna do it like this. And I'm gonna remove that. And I think it's this one. Plate camera color target. Yeah. And finally, let's clean up terrain procedural water. Shadowcaster, I don't really know just yet how I want to solve this one. Honestly. Oops. Oh yeah, we have this problem. Yeah, that's true. We need to make outlines color public or global and outlines kernel size global. And sometimes we want to blur a result here, sometimes we don't. What is the performance on this one, by the way? Probably not too bad. We don't care about this one anymore. I think we have this as opaque. Yeah, so we can just do color. Let's change this. Or actually, do we have... let's start by changing it to a float 4, removing this else here. And we do float 4. Fuck that one. So we have color here, and then we just do return rendered pixel color. I think we want to go with 0.4 there. Okay. Problem is that we still want to keep this one eventually. Yeah, we want to blur some shit as well, although the blurring doesn't fully work. I guess, yeah, we would need to do this again. Oh yeah, we would need to utilize these two here, I think. But before that, I just need to run AFK real quick. So I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see if we can make outlines color and kernel be, or kernel size be global variables instead. But then again, outlines data generation maybe. Ooh, that's true. Camera color target, do we not use this one? Yeah, previously I had a specific scriptable renderer feature just for the outlines. So we can see screen space outlines, and this would be a perfect place to have outline specific settings. But currently I run with the more generic render scene color effect, and within this one we have settings here. Render scene color effect settings. But that's pretty much just a material, if I remember correct. Yes, effect material. So we can't really use that one. Because it would be, if we had all the settings here, basically I want to be able to, or I want to structure it in such a way that outline color here and kernel size, that both of these are available as global parameters in the shaders, because we now need these when we render the water as well, or actually when we render any transparent area. But we could, so this is just a question about cleaning things up. So we could if we take a look at render scene color effect here, we do have settings. And instead of just having a material here, we could screen space, render scene color effect. Yo, what's up, DevSpiers? Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. And welcome to all the new viewers. We have just fixed a... Okay, so this game relies on outlines for its visual style, and we have now just managed to get these outlines to work beautifully with transparent objects. It was actually quite a fun problem to solve. So now we can actually have a character standing in water, and we can see here that the watercolor affects the outlines. So that's beautiful. Yo, what's up, Kirani? And we're also going to be able to blur it, but we're not quite there just yet. Yeah. But let's see here. So in my forward renderer, or yeah, I have a couple of renderer features here, custom ones. This one I think we can remove now. And I think we want to wait. Yeah, let's remove this one as well. But okay, so we have outlines data generation. So it just generates a texture that is used to then fix the outlines. And then we have the outlines themselves, but they are actually in a render feature called render scene color effect. And that render feature, what it does basically, it just takes whatever output we have from the camera and applies a material to it, and then outputs it to the camera again. And then we have render scene color dependent objects, which renders all the transparent objects that need to have most of the scene already rendered, as well as the outlines. And right now we're just cleaning up code. I'm just trying to make everything feel more natural, and it has been like an experimental phase now, so now we just need to clean it up, remove all the fat. And I'm wondering here, if we take render scene color effect, and what do we have here? We have settings here. We have render scene color effect settings. I'm wondering if we're gonna move this one into its own file first of all, and then we're gonna make this into a superclass, or no, we're gonna make it into not an abstract, we're gonna make it into a virtual class, and because then we can have outlines, scene color effect settings, and hopefully we can make this class do some pre-work. But I wonder how that would look. And also one more thing, Unity material. Get. Okay, this is actually pretty nice. Get float. So remember, what we want to do is we want to make, in a nice way, we want to make outline color and kernel size. We want these two to be available, or we want them as global properties. Or yeah, I think so. Shader.set global float. Set global color and set global, I guess it's an int we're gonna run with, or set global integer. So outline scene color effect settings, and then within this one we do something. But I don't know, I don't know how natural that is opposed to, as opposed to within this one, instead search for render scene color effects, see if we have a specific material, and then I don't know. Outlines data generation. This would be a very nice way or nice place to have these variables and just set them global. Outlines data generation. Could rename this one outlines settings. Outline settings, outlines, and then this one. Fuck, outlines thickness is maybe something we want. No, I think we can do without these. Kernel size we want though. Oops. Yeah, this is what bothers me. So now if we take color, well, one sec. How this one affects it. This one only affects, okay, that's wrong. I want to fix this one. 50. We want it to affect here as well, and here. Outlines shader. Yeah, so it's wrong here. The blend is wrong. Main text color. Outline. Yeah. Fuck, we do color A here times outline. This one should have full. I know. Okay, I get it. Outline plus main text color A. Outline, and then we want to do. I guess we want to multiply it here. And I wonder if we just want to do 1.0 here. Yeah, that's more like it. So now we control all the outlines except for the ones in the water. And the reason we don't control those is because we haven't shared this color, so they have no idea that the alpha of it has changed. But something that bothers me now is, why the fuck are we getting outlines here? Oh yeah. There we go. Okay, nice. Yeah, I could show what we're trying to solve now, like in a clean way. I could show it uh, in a better way by doing this, I thought. What? It's definitely something wrong with the blend. Okay, let's worry about the blend functions first. And then we can worry about the rest. Okay, I want to check Unity, shader graph, blend. Do we have burn darken? blend what is it? The default for transparency. I thought it was blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. The value of this input by 1 minus source alpha. Source alpha. So shouldn't it just be, let's see here. Thinking if I want to do something like float 4 blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. So source.a times source RGB plus 1 minus source alpha times dest RGB, right? But doesn't this one's alpha should be taken into account in some way, right? But yeah, maybe it should be RGBA, destination RGBA. 0.2 outlines, because I think that's what we want to do here. Main text color. Wonder if we want to do it like this. Let's see here. For final outline is equal to float 4 color.rgb outline times color.a, and then we do return kind of want to, if we want to do this, blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. And we do main text color, final outline. Okay, 72. Oops. Two 259. Not final color, but final outline. Okay. So what are we really doing different here? Source A should be 1. Oh, yeah. Yeah, fuck, that sucks. Source destination might not be the best. Oh, actually it is, but destination should be main text color. So final outline and main text color, because it's like the outline we want to apply to main text color. There we go. And how does it work with black alpha works? Can we go? Yeah, now we have a beautiful blend. Nice. Okay, great. So we can go red. And the problem we have here, yeah. Okay, so the color of the outline isn't global right now, so this is why we get this. So when we try to reconstruct the outline, when we're on top of water like this, we do it with a black color. And I'm just trying to figure out a nice way to globalize this outline color. But yeah, okay, beautiful it feels good to have a correct way to blend colors now in an include file. So we're gonna start by, let's see here. It's just like we're pretty much forced to do this blend ourselves in many places instead of doing it up here, I guess it is. Yeah, so instead of doing blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha here and go okay, I guess we can change this one to opaque now as well, because instead of relying on this blending, we do the blend ourselves. Opaque. Beautiful. Okay. Still a little bit annoyed at this one. What do we have here? Thought we had this one. Oh yeah, I know. The alpha from this one doesn't still. Yeah. We want to do this, but after we have done it, okay, let's see here. Float for final color blend. And here we want to return for final color blend.rgb. and outline. I think I think we want to fix the I think it's this one we want to return. Yo, what's up, Derek? Look at this right here. We have some nice below the surface colored outlines and some nice above the surface colored outlines. I'm a little bit, and we're trying to fix this one right now, but we're still not right there. I'm still a little bit shocked that this works. Let's just go with it. Thank you, Derek, appreciate it. But we're not quite done just yet. Okay, so very nice to have this method here. So we're gonna add this one to terrain procedural water down here, I guess. Color. So first we do a blend between final color and terrain base color. No, rendered pixel color. We're doing this here though. Oh, we just do float 3 here. That sucks. So we truncate it here. Base color, calculate blend Phong. Base color is float 4. We send it in, we truncate it. So we just remove. So yeah, we're gonna add a float 4, calculate blend Phong lighting. It's gonna be exactly the same except for we're gonna have a float 4 albedo here. Although I wonder, do we want specular as well? Probably not. And then we just send everything into this one. But we do so like this. So return float 4, calculate blend Phong lighting, albedo RGB, position world space, position clip space, normal world space, view direction world space, ambient multiplier, specular, smoothness, shadow amount. So this is the color we return, and then we set the alpha to be albedo.a. So pretty much exactly the same as this one. It's just that we keep the alpha channel here. We do the blend Phong calculations, and we take the result and we add back the alpha. And which means that base color here will actually be a float 4. But then again, yeah, it's just so we can do the blend a little bit nicer here. let's see. So here we want to do a blend between final color and rendered pixel color, where final pixel color is the source. So I guess we can I hope we can replace this one with color is equal to blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. Final color and rendered pixel color. I hope albedo, position world space, position clip space, normal, view direction. What am I missing? No matching zero parameter. Let's take a look at this one. Ambient multiplier, unexpected token, ambient multiplier. Oh, okay. What? Final color. Is a float 3, this one is a float 4. Final color. Yeah, we want to clean this one up as well, but ooh, do we have a problem here now? Cannot implicitly convert from float 3 to float 4. Oh, did we? Yes, ambient multiplier. I don't care about those right now. But we can also see here that the color is a little bit weird. And that's because, let's take a look. Plane. mesh grid color and distance grid color still has an alpha of 1. So I don't know, 50. No, we want to go with the same. 57, 57, 57. Okay. Okay, so now the only thing left, or is it? Let's see here. Yeah, we need to fix these outlines as well. I really like having the outline settings in the material here instead of in the render feature. Okay, I'm 100% sure that I just want to have... I want the outline color and the kernel size to be decided from one place and one place only. So we could either have it in the custom renderer feature as settings, or we could have it on this material and somehow send the information. It's also the question of, do I want to have... Maybe I do. We'll see. Render scene color effect settings. Do I want to add? Do I want to be? Do I want to? Maybe. Maybe I want to specify render scene color effect. I guess the easiest thing would be, can we just specify these to be globals? Let's see here. Specify global shader variable HLSL. Static float. What I wonder is outlines. Guess we can't do it here, or can we? Nah, that would be very weird. Yeah, that's a problem, because I still want to be able to set them up there. Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna do it the way I initially plan on doing it, even though I don't really like it. Outline color, kernel size. I'm thinking, so render scene color effect, if we could define public string shared variables or something like that. And then we do public, fuck, I hate this, void share variables. Yeah, but if we do it like this, we also need to keep track of what type it is. And yeah, it's ugly as well. So we might as well do... Ah, fuck, there's really no easy way. It would be easy if all of these variables were, for instance, float, or if all of them were texture. But that's not the case. The easiest way, probably. Let's remove this and do outline data generation, render pass event. Create. And then we do shader dot set global color. Integer, because the other one was deprecated, right? Outline kernel size. So we just do it like this. Outline color, outline kernel size. And then we do outlines. Outline color. Oh yeah, we switched outline color here, but then if we remove this one, and then we change it here instead. Yeah, that's good. Beautiful. Outline settings. And then we have kernel size as well. But it, we're gonna remove this one as well. Still have, I don't know. Outline color, and then we're gonna call this one outline kernel size. Oh fuck, we actually want to, there we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, beautiful. So now we control outline color and outline kernel size here. The only reason we want to do that, and they are now global as well, and that's because we need to use them in terrain procedural water, and more specifically, fuck, we want to blend this one as well. Let's see, color RGB, what do we do here? We blend, yeah, here we use this one instead of outline color. So I guess color.rgb is equal to blend outline color and rendered. Is it as easy as this? Yeah, we want to take this one into account here. Or do we? Yes, we do. Rendered pixel color A. Float 4. Reconstructed. Outline color is equal to float 4 outline color dot RGB, and then outline color dot A times rendered pixel color dot A. Is that how we want to do it? So that's our reconstructed outline color. So then we want to do a blend between this one and color.rgb. But now we're only working with, we don't have any alpha here. Ooh, outline color. Oh yeah, of course. Variables. Okay, are we done? Okay, what happens now if we change? Yeah, beautiful, 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 beautiful. How does it look underwater? It looks pretty damn good. Okay, a little bit cleaner, right? Rendered color. Oh yeah, because right now we don't take, we don't move kernel size. Yeah, right now we take the kernel size of this shader into account when we do the reconstruction of the outlines. Instead, we would like to work with outlines kernel size. The problem being, so we could do one nested for loop that works with outlines kernel size, and one that works with kernel size. But we don't want to do that because we don't want to have two nested loops that run consecutive. So instead, I want to bake in, like, it's mainly, let's see here, we do depth, smallest depth value. This is the one we use later on. Smallest depth value, what we can do is pixel is in front of scene. It's pretty much this we want to do, but we want to do it for all of them. So first of all, pixel in front of scene. False. Pixel in front of scene. So we just do this here. We read the depth. We check if it's in front of the scene. Fuck, one sec. Depth is bigger than pixel depth. We read the depth. If the depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we're in front, yes. But if we're not, then I want to set pixel in front of scene. Aha, we're going to do pixel not in front of scene. Or scene in front of pixel. And we set this one to true here, so that basically means that whatever we have, what we have in the rendered colors texture is actually should be in front of this one. This one is basically only true for outline pixels, I would say. The idea is that we don't keep track of these, but instead we do. Instead we take scene in front of pixel. Okay, that's beautiful. I hate this as well. But okay, so we want to check something else here. We want to check if X, else if X is, or abs of X is less than or equal to outline kernel size, and abs.y is less than or equal to outlines kernel size, right? So this one we only want to set as long as we're inside of the outline kernel size. This we want to do either way, I think. So if this is -4, if we do a blur kernel that is 5 times 5, and this one is -4, then we get 4, but this one is still just 1. So then this is false, we don't get into here. Let's try. Okay, so now we should be able to do... Now we should be able to... Fuck, it still doesn't... that is true. Look at this. So we can do 0, then it doesn't work. But if we do 1, 2, 3, we don't blur this. We don't blur this either. Is that the case? Oh yeah, we don't use that. Never mind. We have a few things to fix before we can try it. But something we can take into account now. If we have a kernel size of 0 when it comes to blurring, that means that we will never do this. So now I'm starting to think that we might actually want to have this outside, and that sucks. Unless... I wonder what's the best approach. I guess the compiler fixes it for us, but either have 2 nested for loops, one with... they have different kernels, or we take the biggest kernel size and do a nested for loop for that one, and we do a lot of if and else inside. I don't know. I'm gonna have to need to do abs as well, which sucks. Yeah, I guess we can clean this one up a bit as well. One sec. Yeah, and this is not entirely true either. Because we want this one to be true as well. Or actually, no. We want this to be false. Yeah, okay, so it is. But what the hell? Fuck, we're gonna have to do... Fuck, do I want to do abs here? Yeah, maybe. I guess we're gonna have to do this. This we want to do for both of them. This we want to do for both of them. Accumulated count, seen in front of pixel, rendered color. We can clean this up one as well. Let's see here. Int kernel size is equal to max of kernel size and outline kernel size. Okay, so then we want to check depth. Let's just do, if this is true, if this is true, and this one is true. And here we want to do, and fuck it, I hate this. But now we can have a kernel size of 0 here, and we still do the outlines. That's beautiful. And then we can have 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Now we just want to blur this as well. Rendered color. Accumulated count. Would love to be able to set this one to rendered pixel color instant from the get-go. And wait, what the fuck? Can't we just do rendered pix? Yeah, we can, right? It's good if we do. We're gonna have. I guess we could add an extra check here as well. Like this. Not entirely true. Can do this. So these two can't be 0 at the same time. And then we do rendered color. Then we have rendered Rendered pixel color. Is equal to UV center. Remove this one. Accumulated count, remove that one. Scene in front of pixel. Rendered color. We change this one to in this case, we should be able to do this, right? And then we don't need to do this. But still, I don't know. Accumulated count. Are we still using it out there? Rendered pixel color, rendered pixel color. Okay. In fact, do we actually have a kernel size of 4 here? That, oh, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is fucked. Is it this lerp? How does it really screw it up that much? If this one is 0, or if this one is not equal to 0 and this one, or this one is not equal to 0. But that shouldn't be the problem, I don't think. We're getting one blur. Okay, we're not reading the... Okay, that's good to know. What the fuck? Depth. Yeah, this one seems to be wrong as well. UV, pixel depth. Depth. Why is this one wrong? We're going from negative kernel size to positive kernel size. We should be working in both directions. Fuck, this one doesn't seem... Depth, we read it from sample scene depth using UV, which is offsetted by X and Y. Pixel depth. Prev depth. Yeah, we want this one, but I want to call it something else. But yeah, let's not worry about that one right now. Mm. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure we can do it like this. I just need to check. Actually want this one as 1 first of all, and then we do at the end here we do rendered color is divided by okay, that's way better, but I'm still extremely annoyed. Okay, so we can blur it pretty nicely, but it still affects this right here, which sucks. Oh yeah. Yes. Oh, this might. Ooh, okay, so yeah, if we want to figure out if we want to include a pixel in the blur or not, then we need to figure out if that pixel is part of the outline. And to figure out if that pixel is part of the outline, we pretty much need to do this on that pixel. So what the fuck are we gonna have to do? Are we gonna have to do double? Nah. Or actually, yes. Fuck. Feels a bit. Yeah. let's just draw it, see if I'm misunderstanding something, but I think that's the case. So let's say that we're gonna blur this square right here. So basically what we do is we just take this one plus this one plus this one plus this one, and then we divide it by the number of elements we have. But what if this one is part of an outline, but we don't have updated depth value there, so we can do a depth check. So what we're gonna need to do for this one is we're gonna have to take the outline kernel and check all of these. If none of them has a bigger depth value than this one, or if all of these have a bigger depth value than this one, then we want to include it in this blur, otherwise we don't. But like we're gonna have to go outside of this kernel unless we do this shit. Like unless we actually alter the depth value of this one in the outline shader. I'm not entirely sure how to even do that, honestly. And we don't want to alter the depth value because we don't want it to affect culling, but we want to alter the depth texture. If we could manage to fix that, we wouldn't have to do this in here, which is quite nice. It's impossible. Is this FPS serious? That's not good. We're doing 8x8 kernel size. That's pretty damn rough, actually. But still. Okay, can we do this in another way? Can we shoehorn in these calculations somewhere else? Could we? We could probably pack it into the outline result in the alpha channel. We could probably pack in alpha and depth in the same channel. 4 bits each might be a little bit rough. We could. Because we want to include the outlines under the surface but not above the surface. And to figure out if an outline is above or below, we need to check its neighbors. We're gonna make the most straightforward way would be to make the kernel way more expensive. Definitely want to avoid that, I would say. It would pretty much include around this UV, we do a new like this. So it would be a nested for loop within a nested for loop, just to be able to figure out if a pixel is in front or behind an object. One sec. Okay, back. Yo, what's up, E-Dragon? The truth about this problem is that, like, if we fix it, it's gonna be extremely costly, I think. Yeah, definitely. But then again, I want effects like this. I think they are very pretty. I think the progress has been it's been okay. It's been okay. Mostly outlines related. How to handle the outlines when we get below a surface, above a surface, and so on. Okay, so if I think about this problem from a broader perspective, so right now I'm just thinking about blurring it, right? But the end goal is going to be to distort it based on normals and stuff like that. And if we distort it, we're gonna have to read we need to have the when we calculate the normals, we need to update the depth, or we need to communicate the depth of the outlines as well. Otherwise we're gonna have to be doing so many damn kernels every time, everywhere. So when we calculate these normals, think how nice it would have been for this one here, which is actually outside of the object. What if we changed the depth value of this one? Not depth value, but if we could communicate that this one has a different depth value, or that this pixel has the depth value of its neighbor that is part of the object as opposed to the background, which is not. We only have one data channel to transfer information in, and we're also already transferring outlines alpha, which we could, I think we still need to do that. And if we split up, if we try to bake two float values in one float value, we get 4 bits each, right? And I'm not entirely, I don't think we can, that's not good enough resolution for what we need it for. Wish I could draw to render to depth texture. I don't even know why I'm searching this. This right here is where we can output depth. And we also, like, we calculate the, look at this, we calculate value depth, kernel elements. We could probably do check a min max here as well. Pixel depth max. What the fuck? Pixel depth max. And I don't think we can experiment too much with the texture format, because we're blitting it back into camera color target. I guess we could if we Render scene color effect. I guess we could if we made these less generic and we just did whatever, or we do this one right after. But I don't know. Temporary camera color target. Yeah, what could we do? RGB 64. What the hell do we have done? Do we have 16 bits per channel? And then if we split alpha channel, yeah, but no. Like we could, if we could change the texture format. Fuck. RGB 32. 8 bits per channel. Whoa. I wonder if I've thought about this the wrong way. So right now we do render scene, render outline data, render outlines, render transparent objects that need outline data, and then output to screen. Maybe if we do I don't know. I was wondering if you want to render the transparent objects a little bit, if you want to render them before you do outlines, and then when you render outlines you make them depend on those objects as well. But fuck, is that correct? Fuck, maybe it is. No, we can't do it like that. Like if we just screwed what we can do tomorrow is to check if it even works. So what we send in here is we send in, or we send, I don't even know if we need to be between 0 and 1, but if we try and send in pretty much this value, but the min value of this one, or yeah, the min value of this one instead of this one. Just see if it works. Like if we could communicate that data from this stage to this stage, we wouldn't even need to do this one, I don't think. Nah. So we could clean it up even more. Decisions. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sleep on it because I need to run now. But still, very beautiful what we have so far. Now we just need to get the blur distortion correct, and then we can really create some cool effects. But yeah, so thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.